Cruise is known for performing many of his own stunts. For example, in the Mission Impossible series, he has done everything from hanging off buildings to flying helicopters. 5. Scientology. Tom Cruise is a prominent advocate for the Church of Scientology and has been one of its most famous and outspoken members for decades. 6. He's a pilot. Cruise is a certified pilot and has flown in a variety of aircraft, including jets, helicopters, and even the World War II aeroplane he flew in Top Gun Maverick. 7. Personal life. Cruise has been married 3 times to actresses Mimi Rogers, Nicole Kidman, and Katie Holmes. 8. Box office king. His movies have grossed billions worldwide. Mission Impossible Fallout was one of the most successful films of his career. International film is 17. Cruise set a world record for the most stunts performed in a single movie, surpassing his own previous record in Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. Cruise is actively involved in various charitable organizations, particularly those supporting children and helping with disaster relief efforts. Tom Cruise has been nominated for 3 Academy Awards throughout his career, for Born on the 4th of July, 1989, Jerry Maguire, and Magnolia. Though Cruise is not elegant, for Cruise is a prominent advocate for the Church of Scientology and has been one of its most famous and outspoken members for decades. 6. He's a pilot. Cruise set a world record.
Like diamonds blink on tired streets. Honking horns play symphonies where chaos meets. Move like shadows on a neon painted stage. In this moonlit traffic, let's turn another page. Morning coffee symphonies rise with the dawn. Busy bees in their carpool just carry on. Street lights fade, but dreams we've had are still surreal. In this moonlit traffic, our secrets they conceal. Lost in night's parade of infinite allure. Roads that intertwine like veins we roam for sure. Midnight whispers guide us through the urban sprawl.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, folks, depending from where you guys are joining in. How's everyone doing today? All right, good to see. So people are doing great. Is my voice at least okay, or is it a little distorted? Okay, Praveen says it's okay. I know because I could see him do it. Perfect, sound is good. Music is giving an issue. Hmm. We'll have to check why that is happening. All right, no worries. All right. So folks, while others are joining in and your mentors also joining in, I thought I will take this 2-3 minutes to tell you that you have to go and check your mail. Now, before you ask anything, I'm gonna tell you guys in a very systematic and a slow process. So there's something like called as Open Router. All of you guys know what Open Router is? Yes, no, maybe in the chat. You guys know what Open Router is at this point? It's been 2 days. Okay. For people who don't know what Open Router is, it is a platform where you can generate API keys, and that API key can be connected with 300 different models, all different kinds of models of ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Quen, and all the others. It's an aggregator of those different models through one API key. So we have given each of you one Open Router API key where there is only a certain amount of credits that we have added. So before you start using that API key, remember that key is only for your breakout room assignments, your homework that we may give you, and your capstone, your hackathon project. Please do not use it outside and do not use heavy models. When you use heavy models, like for example, GPT-5, 5.4, or you use for image generation, you will burn the credits. And if you burn the credits, I will not be able to give you more. This is for your practice, and that is why we are general and we are giving so that you get a little more hands-on. We will also tell you which model to use for which assignments. Even base models like GPT-4 would be for 4 mini would work. We'll tell you which models to use. No, Open Router is not free. It is not going to give you models like GPT 5.4, Claude, Opus 4.6, all of this for free. So all of that comes through this, and we have shared it with you already. Now, where you can find it, we have sent a mail to you. So the mail could be in three different folders. Firstly, you will check your primary folder. Which email ID? The email that you used to log in on LMS, the email ID you used while you paid for the program, the same one you will go and you will check on your Gmail, your Hotmail, Yahoo, whichever you've used. On that, you check your primary folder. If it's not in the primary folder, check your spam folder. If by chance it is there in your spam folder, save the key, and for that email, mark it as move to primary, because all the information we will share will be through that email, so that whenever we try to send you emails, you will find it in your primary. Now, if it is not in your primary, it is not in your spam, then there is one more folder which is called as promotions. It's a personal email ID, so you will find it in promotions. Yeah, Prashant already answered. Definitely, you will find it under promotions. Go over there and then switch it to primary. Make that mail move to primary so that any further communication you find it on your primary. That API key, keep it saved and do not share it. When I say do not share it with any of your peers as well. And when you are working on assignment in breakout rooms, you might be sharing your screen. Make sure when you are putting your API key, you stop sharing at that moment. Okay? Because if you keep sharing, your API key will be visible someone else. They will use it. You will exhaust your credits. I will not be able to do anything about it. So please do not do that. All of you guys have received it. I have generated 204 API keys. I repeat, you have to check in three folders. Please share the subject of the email. For people who have received the email, can you please share what is the subject of your email in the chat so that everyone else also gets it? So Gaurav has shared it. Your Open Router API key for upcoming sessions. That is the name, that is the subject of that email. You will check three folders: primary, spam, and promotions. It will be in either of the three. Yeah, it could be under promotions. depending upon which email ID. For a lot of work emails, they do not receive promotions. They receive only spam emails. They do not receive promotion emails, or they do not have a bucket of promotions. I hope that helps. Okay. Uh, Give me 1 second, Chirag. Chirag, if possible, can you DM me your email ID? Don't send it on the group. Just DM. Okay. For folks who are facing issues, I repeat, check all the three. Check all the three folders. If after checking all the three folders, you are not able to find the API key or the particular subject, you can drop a DM to me with the email ID so that I can check. Please, I hope you guys are not checking on a different email because a lot of people have multiple emails. Like I have I have used 5 different email IDs for different use cases. So I know which email ID I have to check because that is the email ID I have access on LMS. Okay. Folks, it's okay if you've not received it. Don't worry. I will check it if it is generated for you, and I will send it to you on DM by chance. Send me your email ID on the DM, and I'll check it throughout while the session is going on. I don't want to waste time while I'm just sitting and asking one on one. If you're facing issues, you can DM me on Zoom itself, and I will help you out. Okay. Yeah. Folks, yesterday 50 people might have received. Now, as the session will start, another 50 will receive. Like I answered, it only allows 50 collaboration inclusion in 24 hours. So, as 24 hours will complete at 7:30, I will start adding the rest of the 50. So, every day at 7:30 p.m., I will keep adding 50. So that by Friday, all of you guys have access of collaboration. Great. Okay. 1 second. My laptop is seemed to be frozen. 1 second, folks. Let me just switch off my Olama. Cool. All right. Okay. Folks, okay. Cool. Yeah. Folks, by the way, at least I hope you guys have using the GitHub of the AI Accelerator where all the codes are getting pushed. If you want, I will share that also. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Need to open it. Accelerator C5. Yeah. So, folks, now as the session will also start, I will also upload the links that will be. Yeah, folks, wait. I'm going to stop the chat for 1 minute so that you guys can clearly hear and understand what I'm trying to say. This particular GitHub that I've just shared in the chat, this is where I will upload the codes. For example, now when the mentor will come and start teaching, whatever they will teach, those codes I will upload while the session goes on, so that when they are showing the code, even you have the access to it. So for this particular repo, please star it. If you want, you can fork it and keep it with you. Every day, I will keep on adding the codes here, whatever you are going to learn. Okay? All of you can just please click on the link if you are joining from your phone by any chance. Copy the link and keep it with you so that you can use it later on. This is the link where I will upload the codes for you. Is that clear? Folks, I've opened the chat. I hope this was clear. Can I get a thumbs up? So later on, I don't want anyone to come and ask me that, hey, which the mentor is teaching, where is that code? You will find the code on the repo. By chance, you are not able to find, that is when you will tell me, hey, Karthik, I cannot find the code on repo. And I will see by chance if there is any miss, I will add it. Cool? Gaurav, it's the same one. It is the same link. Few people who are kept asking again about the repo, so I've shared it again. The one that you have shared is just the folder under the main repo. That is day two. Now day three will also get added as soon as the session also starts. Yeah, it is the same one. Yeah. When you go there at the top, if you click on AI Accelerator C5, you will just go to the main repo. What you have opened, what the link is. In the repo, there is a folder created day underscore two. You are under that. Oh, wait, I've shared the long link. So sorry, so sorry. Wait, wait, wait. I've shared the long link. My bad, my bad. So sorry. Yeah, this is the link. My bad, folks. So sorry. I apologize. All right. So, folks, I hope that announcements are clear. Now, without wasting further ado, let me quickly introduce you to your mentor. Team, can we make the mentor as co-host as well? By the way, folks, this is someone who initially, was also a learner with us. He's someone who's been coding, who's been working with AI since the Chat GPT era when we were just trying out. He was working alongside AI, doing a lot of things, and is a full-time mentor with us as well. There is not one program which he is not a part of. Maybe engineering, could be generalist, it could be any other programs that we have. He's a part of all of those because that's the understanding he has when you talk in terms of AI. So without further ado, let me quickly introduce you to a very close friend and an amazing dancer who's on the call with us. Hi, Akhil. How are you doing?
Hello, Karthik. Thanks for the wonderful introduction.
Guys, can we give a very warm welcome in the chat to Akhil? Uh, awesome. To answer your question, Shikha, yes, the solution of any assignments will be uploaded on the repo. It will be under solutions under that same folder. I'll upload it. As your session will start, before your session ends, all of that you will have. All right. You look like Sanju Samson. Wow.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Shreya. All right, everyone, let's get rolling, Karthik.
Yes, Akhil, I think so. We are good to go.
Great, wonderful. Hello, everyone. How are you all? How's the energy in the room? This is the first time I guess I'm seeing all of you. How's the energy in the room? I don't want boom in the chat. Hi. There's only two people who have answered hi. Awake and ready. All right. Yes. Fire in heart. Okay. Wonderful. All right, great. Let me start sharing the screen quickly. Mhm. Can you see my screen? Yes, no, maybe. All right, wonderful. Okay, let me start presenting it. And this is where we are gonna kickstart, but I always run the show a little bit different than everyone. I will always ask a lot of questions. Again, before we start the session, I want to set this agenda really, really, clear. I'll be asking questions and I expect answers in the chat. The answers could be as simple as yes, no, maybe, right? And there could be questions that I'll be asking like in a tricky manner, and you are supposed to kind of identify which is a trick question and which is a straightforward question. Is that expectation clear, everyone? Yes, no, maybe, hello. Hmm. The deck will be available right after the class. Yes. Crystal clear. Wonderful. Let me start rolling the ball then. Let me open a new tab. Why is new tab not opening up? One sec. Sorry. Okay, wonderful. I think I've got the issue. Here's the screen for all of you. All right, question number one. Everyone has heard it. I'm going to just ask you, all of you, once again, right? What is LLM according to you? What is LLM? Mathematical model. Interesting. And no, I don't want definitions, large language model, but what does it mean? What does it mean? Okay. With billions and trillions of parameter, a lot of parameter, let me write it that way. A lot of parameters. And inference. Interesting. Encoder slash decoder. Okay. Statistical prediction model, decoder transformer, pre-trained mathematical models. Whoa, okay. Train intelligence, slow compared to SLMs. Interesting. Mathematical function of data. Okay. Hmm. Okay, cool. Lot of answers coming in, but to simplify, LLM is a LLM is a very good prediction like predictive machine. That's all. Predictive algorithm or machine, whatever you call it, it's just that. It's just that, right? But let me ask you one more question in the lines, like whatever you've learned yesterday, right? This is going to be a again there's a mini quiz for you. What is a token? What is a token? Number? Interesting. It is word or a subpart of a word. Okay. Interesting. Currency of the AI. Smallest chunk. A fundamental unit of LLM. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Subword. Okay. How many token like how many token like characters does a token constitute? Approximately. Okay, one token is 0.75 word. Interesting. So one token is typically four English characters or four characters. Straightforward. Like it's not necessarily 0.75 word, right? Now, on that regard, I'm going to ask you another question. What are embeddings? What are embeddings? Hello? There's numerical representation of the word. Interesting. Okay. Don't know. No idea. Presentation of words, converting token to vectors. Don't know. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Embedding is the algorithm to convert words to numbers. Okay. Interesting. Representation of data. Like embeddings wasn't covered in yesterday. If not, I'll cover it up. All right. Okay. Cool. I will cover the embeddings for you. So I'll put that in green. So we know that we need to cover this. Cool. Now, let me go back to presentation. This was a simple, quiz that I want to understand. Like, where do you stand? What else you have learned? I think I almost forgot the last question. That is, I'm sure you've all learned this one or understood this one, right? What does it do? What does this do technically? User interface for LLM. Okay. Uh-huh. Right. So this is a user interface framework or library. User interface Python library. You can write a framework also, right? But this is primarily used for prototyping purposes. This is primarily used for prototyping or POC purposes. Why? Because it will get the job done. Like it will not make the life complicated for you. Let's say if your ML model in focus is text to text generation. So creating a text box as an input that takes text as an input and producing a text box output that flashes out or generate the text as per the model is a simple UI. Like you don't have to think twice to make that. And given the nature of Gradio, it probably does it in probably 3-4 lines. Correct? Yes. Do you all agree with the statements that I've just said just now? There's some bandwidth issues here. I'm going to switch off my camera for a short while and then switch it on. Apologies for that. All right. Now that we know what is LLM, we've covered tokens. I'm going to cover about embedding shortly. And you already know what is a Gradio. Let's go back to the deck that I've prepared for all of you today. That is, today is going to be, yes, I'm going to talk about embeddings. I did not cover it. Yes, Bindu. Now, today is going to be building up from the foundations that you have done yesterday, where we've already done how do you do Hugging Face and Gradio. I think the deck, this is the same deck. Let me check. Correct. Yeah. Sorry, this is the same deck. Now, so today you will be learning how a chat GPT works underneath, right? Not to a complete extent, but to an extent where you can connect the dots much more seamlessly. We are going to go through some kind of an interactive UI development. Today, we're going to do it in, I don't want to say the library out loud, but it's fine. It's Streamlit. Yesterday, you have done in Gradio. Today, we are going to do today, we are going to do this particular breakout rooms in completely in Streamlit. And feel free to use VS Code or the TensorFlow or I mean the Google Colab notebook essentially. But I would strongly recommend to do it in a VS Code because you will have much more control, right? This is another variation we are covering. Now, let's go back to our drawing board. Now, here, before I talk about anything with regards to the architectures and all, I want you all of you to kind of think about the features that are given to you in the front end of ChatGPT app. Have you all used ChatGPT at least once? Yes, no, maybe. Of course, Akhil. Why would I be in this room if I did not do that? Correct? Yeah, I know. But I want to ask. So give me all the features that you've identified on the front end or that you see on the UI side of ChatGPT. Can you name them? I will start with one and probably you'll get some understanding. I will say text input, text output, text input out. Let me write it that way. Okay. Chat interface. Okay. Text input, image output. Okay. Image input and I mean, let me write vice versa. VV. Okay. Now, chat history. Wonderful. Chat history. Archive. Okay. Next. Memory. Okay. Wonderful. Projects. Next. Search chat. Very good. Let me fill in the boxes here. Select in the models. I mean, that's of course it has to be there. Personalization settings. Correct. Okay. Personalization. Next. Yes. Voice input, text output, or voice input and output. Very good job there. Next. Recommended questions, not necessarily. If you are using a ChatGPT browser or something, maybe, sure, not necessarily. File upload options, okay. File upload options. Next. Hello. Web search. Fantastic, Mohit. Fantastic. Connectors. Okay, I'm going to talk about connectors shortly. Any more? Hello? Deep research. Very good. Someone said it. Ratnakar. Deep research. Fantastic. Okay. Next. Encryption is always there. Choosing model is the basic app functionality. Like it cannot be a feature. Canvas. Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's put this in here as is. But I would want for all of you, of course, most of you come from engineering backgrounds, but I would want for all of you to think about what are all the back-end processes. Maybe you can start with personalization or something to get the idea, but you can be as random as you can. Come on. Back-end processes that run the app like ChatGPT. Vectorization. Okay. Context window. Okay. Of course, LLM itself. Next. API calls. Why API calls are needed? Okay, let me write it that way. We'll figure out that. Can I say that for it to generate voice to text or voice input to output, can I say it has voice synthesis engine? Yes. Next, the same thing for image processing engine. Next, everyone, hello, think about it. Web search is technically scraping and ranking websites over the internet to find that particular best website. Context handling, nope. Parsers, nope. Knowledge, nope. DB and storage, wonderful. Yes, we need some kind of a DB or storage. Think about it, everyone. Authentication, lovely. All right. Why is this become white? All right, no problem. Okay. Session management, okay. Next, guardrails, very good. So guardrails is a very important topic, everyone. Guardrails essentially means that whenever you are trying to give input to AI by any of those sorts of, it could be your national security card or your credit card by any chance or by, for whatever reason it is, OpenAI has implemented, or even Claude has implemented certain models or certain things just before it hits the LLM. So LLM only reads the anonymized data, not your personal data. Make sense? Yeah, embeddings. Vectorization embeddings go hand in hand technically. Web search tool is essentially what scraping and ranking does. Orchestration, not necessarily, but sure, you can, say it in a crude fashion, sure. And Come on, everyone. You have been using ChatGPT for so long. What happened? Video processing pipeline. All right. I don't know if video processing is there, but let me write it. If not for this, Gemini has it anyway. Right? Cache strategies. And come on. Hello. Processing engine is already done. Load balancer, that's an architecture. Like I want to talk about backend components, like really backend components. Deep research engine, right? Chat logic or search chat logic or indexing, whatever it is, right? And the list goes on and on until you cover and exhaust all of these particular features that you've identified in the left hand side, correct? Yes, no, maybe. Hello, everyone. Wonderful. Fantastic. Now, let's move on. Yeah, request response, correct. So I want to give you a couple of heads up on the current state of the ChatGPT app. And you might not, I mean, of course, I'll probably touch this on very, shorter time, but I'm sure you'll find at least one that you found interesting and something new. Let's go back to ChatGPT. Right. So here, let me log in with my account. Wonderful. Is it logged in? Already logged in, right? Give it a second here, folks. It's loading still. All right, I think we are in. Let me show you a couple of things. One sec. All right. Now, coming back to this. So, of course, we have given add photos and files. Of course, that is implicit. We could have written that. It does create images, thinking, deep research. The new one that they have added is shopping research. So what happens in this mode is I can always ask, compare two phones from Amazon, Flipkart, or any other parts of that particular Alibaba or whatever it is, right? And tell it to give you the best phone or best gadget, best anything at a reasonable price or the price that you're looking at. So it goes back to that particular websites or scrapes those particular websites. It'll in fact ask you clarification questions saying that, hey, what's your budget? Hey, how much time that you, I mean, like how soon that you need this particular gadgets or essentials that you're keeping in here, right? Are we good until this point, everyone? Wonderful. Right, one sec. Okay. Now, the other one that we have, let me remove this, is study and learn mode. How many have you used this or seen this? Hello? No, no. So I would strongly recommend for all of you to use study and learn mode primarily because when you enable the study and learn mode, ChatGPT assumes you are a 5-year old, right? And even though it assumes 5-year old, it does not make an assumption that you don't know anything. It makes assumptions that you already know something based on your previous conversations, and it'll be like, okay, here you go, Akhil. Let me serve you everything in a silver platter, but assuming you are, very simple enough in understanding these things. So, for example, the other day I was learning about, I think, some part of aerospace thingy, like just out of curiosity, I was just trying to ask ChatGPT, hey, how does this part of this fighter jet plane works, right? And I have zero clue about the jargons that are used in that particular conversations or in that particular industry. So what it did is intelligently it mapped or understood that I'm a techie. I also, teach people that it is like, okay, just like you do these with your students or with your clients, Hakil, this is how it works in that particular industry. And just like the way we use tokens or embeddings here, and I mean, it is trying to give me a similarity or analogy for me to understand that particular concept better, right? Yes, everyone, are we good until this point? Fantastic. Now, I'm going to show you something a little more interesting for all of you. So it's called apps, right? So this is one of the highlights, I think, of 2025 during the quarter 3 or quarter 4. OpenAI had a dev day, and in that dev day, they've announced this particular feature there that they're bringing all the apps that we use day in day out, such as Canva, Apple Music, Spotify, etc., for us to kind of create personalized experiences even within these apps. For example, let me start connecting. Let's do something very interesting. What is productivity? Nope. I want to connect to Canva. All right. So it is asking for a connection. Just give me a sec. I'll have to log in. All right. I think authorization is successful. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, I said, let's try to connect to Canva. The moment I click on connect, it will ask me to log in or authorize via Canva. I just did that. Nothing more, nothing less. Just the way you sign in with Google, I just signed in with the Canva account using the Google one. Now, if I click on start the chat, right? Now, if you see automatically Canva as an app is selected, now I can ask ChatGPT anything and everything that I want for ChatGPT to perform actions inside this Canva app and give me a reference. Is that clear, everyone? Hello? Hello? I'm going to repeat, don't worry. What I'm trying to say is if if I select Canva as an app, if I ask anything and everything, for example, um, build, let me write that out. Build a, let's say, a premium wedding card named Akhil Weds, let's say some random name, for example, ChatGPT, I don't know, right? I want to say add a little bit of Japanese style, a tad bit of, let's say, maybe, you know, Indian elements, right? Like all these weird things I've been asking. Now I want to see how ChatGPT performs, right? Let me go. Is my voice still breaking, everyone? Or it's normal? Voice is clear.
It's clear.
All right. Awesome. Great. Now let's go back and do this. Now, if you see, ChatGPT will open a Canva app instance within the ChatGPT itself. Let's wait and watch for a moment in here. I really hope it works. Right. If you can see carefully, it has opened Canva instance and it started working inside Canva using the account that I've already logged in and creating these elements on the fly for me at the just gist of my command. So it's basically Canva having a ChatGPT interface and functionality. No, it's basically like ChatGPT doing actions on behalf of you inside Canva with just a simple English line. And that's really powerful and profound, everyone. Like just take a moment to understand how, like in the kind of a world that we're living in right now. Is this like an MCP connected to Canva? Not necessarily. Wow. All right. These are the I think that these are the Japanese and Indian elements with these things. All right. Let's go back. Close this up. This is again Japanese, Indian, crazy. This is the similar one. Lovely. It has fixed the date also. Very interesting. Right. Then how does it do it? They try to connect to ChatGPT API behind the scenes and kind of get the job rolling. Is this insane, everyone? Like the fact that you're able to generate the elements or the decks or the templates inside Canva with simple English is, I mean, I don't know about you, but it really blew my mind the first time I saw it. I saw that. Are we clear until this point, everyone? Yes, you can do the same job for Spotify. Let's say you are on a road trip or a long drive. You can always ask, hey, give me a road trip songs based on my personalized songs, and it'll just go to that Spotify profile that which with which you have authenticated, and it'll try to fetch your liked songs and then understand your taste and then craft a road trip playlist for you. Right? Absolutely. Wonderful. Now, moving on. Let's go to settings section in here, right? On the left hand side, if you scroll down or click on your name, you'll have a settings section. If you click on the settings section, right, here you can personalize like so much with ChatGPT. For example, how should it respond to you? Like the base, style, and the tone. For example, professional, friendly, candid, quirky, efficient, cynical. Right? You can ask it to be the way you want, the tone it should speak, the authority it should carry. Right? Again, you can ask or define the characteristics of that particular persona. How much warm it should be, like more friendlier and more personable, or more professional and factual, right? Like should it use less emoji, no emoji, default emoji, any custom instructions? So you can always say something like I want what do you say, a Spider-Man movie reference for every answer you give. Every answer you give, let's uh only this movie is my favorite. Let's just try to bluff our interests in here for a while. Now, again, if you want it to call, so I think you can always name it the way you want, the nickname that you'd want you to carry, the occupation, more about you. Like it gives you more context about who you are for the ChatGPT to talk or give the answers in a way that you appreciate. Now, let me click on save. Let me close this up. Let me ask a new chat, and I'm gonna say, um, what is propulsion mechanism in rocket? Be simple and precise. I am, yeah, let's see. Let's see. Right. So again, if you see, think of it like Spider-Man, etc., etc., right? So these are couple of things that I wanted to show all of you with regards to ChatGPT. And you might be thinking, Akhil, like, why are we covering ChatGPT? Like, why is it that you're trying to dive deep into the ChatGPT as an app, right? So I would want for you to see the layers of things that have been made on an app like ChatGPT, which might seem simple with regards to the usage, correct? Now, I would want for you to understand the architecture or the higher level principles that are at stake in this particular, you know, chatbot like an interface, right? That's where we start our next discussion. That is, we go back to my drawing board. I think before I move into that, are you okay until this point, everyone? Are you okay until this point? Yes. Wonderful. Lovely. All right. Now, so this is what I want to bring you to the attention of. How can you break down a ChatGPT like app, right, into a simple structure that is, that will do the job. Of course, not the way it does, but to a fundamental level where you can actually build a conversational interface for yourself where you can talk with that particular app without literally paying any money, but you're still using the top of the class OpenAI models, right? That's the agenda that we're trying to cover in here today. Now, one sec. Now, here, so first thing first, we have LLM backend, right? Where all these models that we spoke about will sit in the inside, like will be part of the backend and will serve the response based off of your request, right? And of course, we have UI layer, like of course, it can be Gradio, it can be Streamlit, it could be any other thing that will add the interaction or human interface for the problem that you're trying to solve. And these are the two layers that are also really important. That is, one of them is conversational logic. What is conversational logic? Essentially, the memory management of that particular app that maintains the chat history and context across the interactions, right? And deployment layer, of course, how do you deploy, how do you share it with your friends and test it, etc., etc. Now, I would want to go back to this particular question. I want to ask before I move ahead, how many of you know that ChatGPT Plus subscription is different from OpenAI API? How many of you know this? Yes, right? Okay. So what does this mean, Akhil? So just because you have a ChatGPT Plus subscription, that does not give you any authority or any credits for you to use OpenAI API, which essentially kind of hosts or is a home for all the top of the class models that are available on the ChatGPT, but are accessible via API. But you might be asking, Akhil, what is API? How many of you know what is API? REST call, application programming interface. Correct. So API is a protocol that is used to talk to another app, right? This is again a simple explanation. Most of you already know it. I'm just trying to give that a refresher. Now, what does this mean? For example, let's say inside the ChatGPT application, if I ask any relevant question right after to the next one or to the first one, you will get the answers that are relative. Now, my question, let's say if this is my first question to ChatGPT, that is, or in other words, let's talk with OpenAI. We're talking about OpenAI. We're talking about OpenAI. Now, let's talk about the first part is, let's say if the first question is what or who is the father of computer? What will be the answer, everyone? Hello? Come on, Akhil. We know the answer. Why are you asking? Yes, I know. I want to test. Charles Babbage. All right. Now, my question to you is if I ask the same question as second API call to ChatGPT or OpenAI API. This is what's his age? Now, if we are doing the same question via API call, right? What is an API call? API call is a single transaction that happens between a client and a server or a client and another app to fetch the information needed by that client to use it for their purposes. Now, in this regard, I need to know their age, right? So I'm asking what's his age or what's his age? What will be the answer? What will be the answer in this case? If this is the input I give to OpenAI API, right? It'll ask, can you define, the person that is representative of whatever it is, representative of the word is something of this sort. Correct? You'll not get a straightforward answer. Why? Because when you're sending in the second question as an API call that is separate from the first question, essentially you're doing a single independent transactions or single independent API calls that will serve you no good. Even an app like ChatGPT will maintain the state from one question to another question, right? In other words, it will also maintain, for example, instead of sending this as the second question, ChatGPT sends this as the second question. Let me copy this and let me copy this and let me copy this. So essentially what it does is it will take your user query. It will also take the response for that user query. Once that user query response is also taken account, the second new question will be having enough context on what's his age. So essentially it looks like that, okay, I've been asked for Charles Babbage, so probably the answer will be something like not available or something, etc. Everyone clear on how it is important for us to maintain the context of what happened in the earlier thread, especially when you're trying to build a wrapper app or anything around it. Are we clear until this point, everyone? One question by Himanshu. Why can't the chat server using the active session for the chat fetches previous chat? So that's what it does, Himanshu. Like essentially, when you are typing the second question in here, ChatGPT automatically takes your first question and its answer as part of the second question, unless you specify what is the number of context or number of questions you have to pass in the particular input. Clear? Everyone? Are we good until this point? Wonderful. Wonderful. So that is the reason why, this is the reason why exactly why we need to have a conversation logic that maintains the memory, and it's of course like a system that maintains the entire chat history and context across different interactions. So the moment you combine this LLM backend with this conversational logic and UI layer, you have a like really good top of the class ChatGPT like application. Like you just have to replace that with probably open source API keys, and you're sorted for a really good amount of time instead of paying for ChatGPT every single day. Yes, clear so far? Chat completion API does it, right? Chat responses API also does it. Drop 23 in the chat if you've heard so far. Wonderful. Really wonderful. Awesome. Okay, now moving on. Moving on. So these are the things I would want for you to be, a little more control. I think embedding is not covered. I'm going to cover embedding shortly. So number one, prompt, you already know there is system prompt and there is user prompt. System prompt primarily means that how well that you define the character of that particular, agent or that particular LLM. In the regards of ChatGPT, when we went to personalization settings, all the friendly, not so friendly, emoji, less emoji is essentially you defining a certain set of attributes that you like with regards to your response coming from ChatGPT. Clear? Awesome. Now, token, we've already seen it. Context window, right? Context window, consider it's like the short-term memory of how much conversations that my chat model can remain or sustain without losing enough data, right? Or at least remember at once, whatever this line says here. So, for example, let me ask you this question. Okay, I'm going to give you a very practical scenario. Let's say you were given a 1,000-page PDF document. You were given a 1,000-page PDF document, right? Now, can I say that your context window to read that particular PDF will drop as you age? Yes, no, maybe. Right? Why do you think so? Primarily because can I say that of course the priorities matters, the trade-offs matters, but at the end of the day, short-term memory is the working memory that you kind of perform your actions across the day, correct? So in the same way, what happens is probably out of those 1,000 pages, you'll probably read 3,000 or sorry 300 or 200 pages and discard the remaining all of it, right? Because you feel like, okay, I don't need to read that 1,000-page report for me to understand. I'll probably skim through. I'll probably read only 200 pages and keep it aside. Make sense? So that what I'm trying to say here is every LLM has a maximum limit. So it could be, I'm not sure about the exact numbers now. So for example, 128K tokens is a context window for ChatGPT. I think it's 1 million tokens for Gemini and in somewhere around in the similar lines for Claude, right? Essentially, they are capable enough to read 128,000 tokens. So 128,000 into 4 English characters. It's technically 1 million words that you can give. If you give 2 million words, the model can only understand 1 million, and for the next 2 million, it'll probably summarize and kind of react or kind of do it something ad hoc. And in that process, it will lose out on the details anyway. Clear? Everyone? Yeah, it will just compact or summarize in order to maintain an efficient conversation history or context window. Now, inference is very interesting with regards to an LLM, right? So, inference, think of it like the process where the model generates its response, right? Like thinking before speaking. So, all the prompting techniques and all the other things that you have with regards to this particular inference essentially means that uh, how much fast my model give me the response without losing on the accuracy. Clear? That's exactly what inference is. Higher inference means they have a higher standard of operational efficiency. At the same time, they know exactly how to speak to a model in order to get the fastest possible response times. Why hallucination happen when history cannot be maintained? Why hallucination happens when history cannot be maintained? History is always maintained, right? Yes. And the last one is latency. This is your response time for all things operational. right? So speed for user experience, etc., etc. Of course, this latency will change eventually, but these are the essential AI terms that you need to know. Clear? Wonderful. So, do we start a new window to overcome the context limit to continue the long conversations? Yes, ideally. Correct. So, inference is the process of a model trying to, give you a response without actually. So, let me think of it like where this way, right? So, let's say if I ask you a question, right? So if you are an adult, let's say if I'm asking you 2 plus 3, right? If you're an adult, it'll probably take you a second to answer that. But if the same question asked for a children of the age of 4 to 6, right? Then all of a sudden their inference, or in other words, their ability to process that information, give you a response, is a little more slower. Make sense? What is the difference between context and memory? ChatGPT picks up the context from other chats. So, I mean, both are similar. In other words, Gaurav, don't worry. Yeah, there's a question on the chat. Let me read that. Yeah, that is done. Durga Devi. Okay, all right. Especially inference. Now, I have interleaved discussions of two separate topics on the same chat, and still it is able to talk without mixing the. Okay, I don't know what you're talking. Cool. Moving on. So this is what you're trying to build today, right? Of course, it is mentioned Gradio. I think it's probably not that much, very much accurate. So these are the things that we're gonna do. These are the things that you might also review, get assignments to, and we'll have a one hands-on challenge at the end of our breakout room today. But before I move any further, any questions so far? Yeah, I'm going to talk about embeddings and other things before I move ahead also. Any questions so far? All right, let's take a small 12-minute break and then come back. And then we will do embeddings and a walkthrough of Streamlit for you to be ready for the breakout rooms. Wonderful. Let's take a 12-minute break.
12 minutes.
Yes.
All right, folks, I'll put a timer for 12 minutes. Give me 1 second.
Toss 1,000 times, felt the sun, read the signs, hiding shadows, biting tongues. I thought I'd change, I fit, I was used to it. I tried to fit inside your world, bent myself but broke instead. Every whisper, every lie kept me hanging in this rope. Now I know what I feel, the way I feel. Why did I stay in the games you played? But now I'm gone, I see I don't belong, I just stay too long. I played along, felt the weight of staying strong. Every promise wore me thin, still I stayed and let you in. I tried to fit inside your world, bent myself but broke instead. Every whisper, every lie kept me hanging in this rope. Now I know what I feel, the way I feel. Why did I stay in the games you played? But now I'm gone, I see I don't belong, I just stay too long. I just stay too long. I see it now, it's crystal clear. I was just a ghost to you. No more waiting, no more pain. I'm not afraid to walk away, I just stay too long. on, won't prove myself. Try to fit along, I will find a place to belong. Welcome to nowhere. We met in the corner of the sycamore, dancing to the ones no one plays anymore. You sang the wrong word to London Calling. I joined in and we both started laughing. You pulled out a mixtape, held it like gold, skipped to side B, that's the best part I'm told. I said it's like life, rough in the middle. You smiled and my heart got caught in your riddle. Welcome to nowhere, headlights on, living like the punchline of a half-written song. We're stuck on repeat, stuck on repeat, stuck, but somehow all the stars line up. We're stuck on repeat, stuck on repeat, stuck, but somehow all the stars line up. We snuck onto rooftops just to kill time, counting satellite trails and graffiti signs. You said, do you think we'll remember this night? I said, if we don't, it's probably right. We played dumb games on a Game Boy you found, the beeps in your silence both equally loud. But then you paused, looked up and said, isn't it wild how this feels like the end? Welcome to nowhere, headlights on, living like the punchline of a half-written song. We're stuck on repeat, stuck on repeat, stuck, but somehow all the stars line up. We're stuck on repeat, stuck, but somehow all the stars line up. We burned the time we thought we'd keep, let the ash settle like snow on the street. Who cares if it's fleeting, who cares if it's wrong? Not every chorus needs a verse to belong. Welcome to nowhere, headlights on, living like the punchline of a half-written song. We're stuck on repeat, stuck, but somehow all the stars line up. We're stuck on repeat, stuck, but somehow all the stars line up. We're stuck on repeat, we're stuck on repeat, we're stuck on repeat. Welcome to nowhere. No more borders, no more fear. Alien brothers, you belong here. No more borders, no more fear. Alien brothers, you belong here. No more borders, no more fear. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Systems broke, people choke, living check to check. World's a mess, more stress, what did you expect? Top dogs feast while the streets can't catch a break. Time to wake up, see the game for what's at stake. Stand up, rise up, no time for tears. Real talk, straight walk through these twisted years. One hand washes the other, that's how it goes. You reap what you sow, that's how it flows. Politicians talking, but their words are cheap. While folks out here grinding, barely getting sleep. Bank accounts empty, landlord at the door. Time to flip the script, change the rules of war. The system ain't broken, it's running just fine. For those who designed it, drawing every line. But we see the truth now behind the facade. Time to rewrite rules that they thought was law. Look left, look right, same struggle, different face. Race to the bottom's got us stuck in this place. But strength in numbers, that's the ancient code. Share the load, or watch the whole thing explode. They say pull yourself up, but they cut all the ropes. Keep us fighting each other while they count their notes. Education's priced out, healthcare's for the rich. Time to break it down and build a system that fits. Stand up, rise up, no time for tears. Real talk, straight walk through these twisted years. One hand washes the other, that's how it goes. You reap what you sow, that's how it flows. Cold world out there, but we ain't done yet. Building bridges while they build their fences. Time to make moves, no more pretenses. Power to the people, break down defenses. Tear down the old way, build something new. System change coming long overdue. See, yeah. Mama, no go judge me, no go judge me, yeah. I dey rise, I no go fall, I come from the bottom, now I dey go, yeah. Mama, no go judge me, mama, no go judge me, mama, no go judge me.
They never believe I dey sleep for the street, Rain they fall, longer they chop my feet. I no get place to rest my head, but I still.
Folks, are we back from the break?
Hello, everyone. Wonderful. All right.
Akhil, I'm gonna take 2 minutes, huh?
Sure.
All right. So for folks who were replying in the chat, even I was on a break, so I did not reply. Firstly, I cannot make personalized changes in the accelerator. This is a cohort for multiple people who have paid based on what they saw and they prefer to do. So I cannot make changes for one or two people. That is one. Secondly, who are asking like they want to get into enterprise and production level. Folks, if you want, I can start with enterprise, but you will not understand half of the things that me, Akhil, or any other mentor talk about. That is one point. Secondly, which industry? People are from MarkTech, from robotics, from fintech, and tens and twenties of different industries. So which industry example can I take? I cannot take an industry example. Why we are using such simple examples? Because our main motto is for you to understand the context. is understand the concept. If you understand the concept, you can replicate it in your own industry. You can replicate it in your own use case. Same goes when you use a tool like N10 for automation. When you understand how nodes work, when you understand how the entire automation flow works, how you drag and drop in automation, what different connections you can do in automation like N10, you can use it for your use case. I cannot take a particular use case out of 200 people. And out of 200 people, if 4 to 5 of you guys are feeling that it's going a little slow, I can take that into consideration. We can see if we can pace it up a little bit, but I cannot go too fast because these terminologies are important. Half of you, the people in the current cohort, do not understand those terminologies. If I directly skip it and go ahead, they would be lost. So we are making sure that we are taking all of you guys together and making sure that everyone in the cohort understand these concepts. You want difficult, difficult will come. Do not worry, we will get to difficult. Like I mentioned, this is your sprint one. We are literally at level zero. We have not even started or reached the base camp of you could say Mount Everest if you are climbing. Even the base camp is a lot far. Tomorrow you'll get into automation, then you'll get into rags. That is when you'll start with a little in difficulty. Then again we'll have a little light when we get into MCP, but when we get into agents, over there I am pretty sure major of you folks would be asking for more breaks, because that is how we've developed. We want you guys to get more accustomed to AI, get more used to these terminologies, so that when I throw these jargons around, you don't think that what is Karthik talking about or what is he saying. Okay. Again, this is not against anyone. I'm not taking any names. I'm just clarifying why we are doing what we are doing, because I can understand, when you are in a session, sometimes it's difficult to understand why we are learning these topics. How can this help me in my career and my future? That is why I'm just addressing it. All right. I hope that was clear, folks. Yes, no, cool. All right. Thank you so much. Akhil, you can take over, please. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Yes, thanks for setting the stage once again, Karthik. Moving on, everyone, let me start sharing the screen. Right. Coming back to this, before we move into the architecture and the simple flow that we spoke about with regards to a ChatGPT like an app, that is the UI side of things, the conversational logic, that is essentially the memory and how do you manage state, etc. And on top of that, the LLM, of course, what kind of LLM that you're using, what kind of architecture does it have? And on top of that, where is it deployed? Right? These essentially solve you the process or give you a minimalistic chat GPT like interface for you to interact and get the job done. Now, the question that we want to address here, that is embeddings, right? Embeddings are nothing but embeddings essentially is you embed a token to be able to represent itself like a vector. Now, before I talk about different jargons here, before I talk about breaking down this, I want to show you a simple, I think the 0 to 7 image, I think MNIST classification or something. Let me show that. I don't remember. Not this. One sec. Right, I think one of these you will have. Uh, unable to find it. 1 second, everyone. Mm, right, I think this one. Correct. 1 sec. Nope. We will have some interactions here. One sec. I'm able to show you that visualization, or let me call it one last time, embedding map. Let me show this. Someone has shared something. No, not this one, Raj. Uh, I was talking about something else for embeddings. One sec. Hmm, Opened it yesterday. Let's check one last time. Right, I think it's not in here. But essentially, what I mean to say here is, for example, so there is the embeddings that are given to a particular model. So if I were to open ChatGPT embedding model, right? Let me close this. Right. So if you click here, so if you see the vector embeddings, essentially it means that we are trying to create, or the process of creating the text or turning the text into a numbers that can be understood by LLM is called embeddings, right? So essentially, in order to keep this in a much more straightforward fashion, let's say, going back to our particular discussion on the drawing board, let me ask you this question, that is, assume there's a two-dimensional, quadrant, or two-dimensional space where that you're trying to represent a cat and, let's say, a dog, right? Of course, based on their characteristics, based on everything. But let's say if a cat is placed in here, someone's shared another thing. Yeah, thank you so much, Gaurav. Yeah, I think Gaurav shared it. Let me show that to you. Here we go. One sec. Right. So if I want to go with this particular embedding projector, now watch this carefully, everyone. Right? If you zoom in into this particular database, right? Look at how this particular numbers or this data or the images are positioned across a three-dimensional space, right? This is again for representation purposes. Now let me zoom in and kind of make you help a point, right? So can you see that number, if you watch carefully, all the numbers ones are here, okay? But closer to number ones, we have number sevens and number nines also. Why do you think so, everyone? Why do you think so? Closer to the number seven, we have number one, number seven, and number nine. Why? They look similar, vertical lines, interesting, bitwise vertical lines, similar pattern, right? So, can I say that in this particular context, the one that are similar to each other are closer towards each other in this particular three-dimensional map? Yes, no, maybe? Wonderful. So let's say, in the same regard, if I were to position cat here, can I say dog will also live somewhere here, closer to this space, right? Not completely similar, but sure, they are animals, they're trying to do this job. But for example, all of a sudden, if I bring parrot, will it stay anywhere close to these two lines or these two words? No, correct? So essentially, probably it will be staying in another dimension. Let me write another three dimension here, where this is meant for, let's say this is meant for animals, and probably this is meant for birds, right? Now, all of a sudden, if I bring human, where will the human lie? Where will the human lie? Depends. So a human might also take another dimension all of a sudden and say that, hey, this belongs to mammal, so this has to stay in a separate line. Of course, maybe if you add crocodile, maybe it'll probably be somewhere here. If you add more, etc., etc., etc. Now, essentially, what we are trying to do here is we're trying to cluster the words that are similar to each other, because LLM can understand much more context based on top of it, right? So if you ask a question that is saying to LLM saying that, hey, is dog similar to cat, or what is their differences, etc., etc., depending on the distance. So this is a vector map. What is a vector map, everyone? So vector map is the distance of that particular word from the origin, right? So here, if I were to mark that, again, I'm just giving a random example. This is for representational purposes only, right? This will not look like this in the actual world, right? So now the distance between these two vectors, if I zoom in a little bit here, the distance between these two vectors, right, will give us understanding of how much similarity that they have, right? And what happens is, especially when I'm looking to construct, or if an LLM is looking to construct a story related to cat, right? Story related to cat, depending on its understanding of different set of data that it has been trained upon, right? It knows that, okay, maybe I will have to figure out words that are closer to this particular cluster of cat, right? With some certain threshold, and probably pick up some references from there to understand and make a story of the cat much more interactive. Make sense, everyone? Yes, no, maybe, right? So the process of converting a token, that is essentially a text, right, into a number, into a number that is in terms of vector representation, is called embeddings. Clear? Embedding a particular line essentially means that you're trying to convert that text into a vector form. So LLM can understand, okay, what are the closest neighbors, like how can it talk, how can it better understand, etc. So what essentially I'm trying to say here is that LLM knows, or tries to create this map on by itself, depending on the prompt that you give to that particular LLM, right? If the prompt itself has, hey, give me the evolution of human, parrots, dogs, and cats, now all of a sudden it'll place human, parrots in these particular directions, and probably it'll also place evolution in this direction, right? Now it knows exactly how relevant they are, how not so relevant they are. And of course, there's different mechanisms that goes behind the scenes to ensure LLMs interpret this data in a much more mathematical form and take the action much more efficiently. Clear? Both. This is done during the training and during the inference, both. When should we go with embeddings and when we should use plain text? Like any input that you give to any LLM will always be embedded into vector form. behind the scenes, you just don't see it. Does a tokenizer model convert plain text to embeddings or tokens? No. So a tokenizer model, the prompt that you give will be broken down to tokens using tokenizer model, right? Then it is breaking down into vector embeddings, or created into vector embeddings using embedding model, right? On top of that, you have different set of transformer architectures. Then that particular embeddings go into a transformer to kind of understand, to kind of encode and then decode what it is trying to say or interpret, and then generate a response back. This is a typical flow, not like as simple that I've laid down here, but yes, on a higher level, this is the typical flow. Are we good until this point, everyone? So embeddings will have the semantic meaning. Exactly. Embeddings is the process of converting text into vector representation. So the semantic meanings or the contextual understanding or similarity between these words are taken into the account. So far, so good, everyone. Wonderful. Give me a sec. I'll just show you a couple of things on the VS Code. Give me one sec here. One sec, everyone. Let me start sharing the screen. There's a question here. Is it always necessary to have vector embedding as mandatory? It happens during the process of any prompt that you're trying to give or any response generation. Can you give a little more direction or idea on vector embeddings and vector DBs if possible? Vector DBs essentially stores these vectors in for efficient transformation, which we will get into when we deal with RAG systems eventually in the next journey or the next sprints. Is there a detokenizer and separate embedding to go from transformer out to get generate text? No, no, no. No, that's not how it works. Yes, I'm going to talk about it shortly, but just give me a minute here. I don't see a way to open my Visual Code. I mean, essentially the Visual Studio. Change, one sec. One minute here, everyone. Apologies for the inconvenience. I'm unable to share VS Code for some reason.
Oh, kill any issues?
Yeah, I'm unable to share my VS Code. That's what I'm checking. Just give me one sec here.
It's fine, folks. Even with AI, sometimes we can't do anything when a system breaks. What do you mean by not able to share your VS Code?
So as soon as I click on the VS Code, automatically the Zoom kind of blacks out. That's what I'm checking. But it does not happen for other tabs. Mm.
Maybe if you want, close your VS Code, open it again, and try sharing your screen because your screen is not visible.
Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. Okay. You should be able to see my screen in 3, 2, 1. All right. Can you all see this?
Yeah.
Finally. Okay. Fantastic. Right? So this is what we're going to learn for the next, 25, 30-ish minutes. I'm going to walk you through the Streamlit basics where our agenda is to understand how Streamlit functions, what exactly we are going to use Streamlit for. We're going to use or we're going to create the agenda. I'm going to write the agenda here.
Okay, I think so. We can go a little faster.
Right. Yeah. The agenda here is to create a ChatGPT like app using Streamlit where we manage all the other things that we have defined here. So all the four things that we have defined here. Let me copy and paste that in here. Wonderful. So now coming back to our discussion. So let's understand the basics of Streamlit and then we'll build step by step on all these topics one by one to ensure you're using the open source or open AI OSS model. I'm going to show you how. I'm sure every one of you received their open router API keys. We will try to utilize them and get the job done, but focus on the session, focus on understanding the crux of the Streamlit and how it is really important for us to build much more seamless interfaces for our projects. Yeah, this is what I mean. Essentially, a ChatGPT like app using Streamlit, UI, conversational logic, memory, and we are going to use OpenAI OSS model. Now, going back to VS Code. Here, so this is a very simple, straightforward example. Let me try to run this app. Uh, I think I'll have to write Streamlit run 01 hello world.py. Interesting. Okay. Delete. Run it once again. Let's check. Streamlit. Check if Streamlit is recognized or not. Okay. Very strange. Streamlit is itself is not functioning. Uh-uh.
You may have to install.
Right. I mean, I've already installed.
Ratnagar says you are on PowerShell mode.
I mean, it shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, I think it is running. Let me go back and open this. Strange. My VS Code is not VS coding today. Give me a second, everyone.
If possible, can we do it on collab if you have it?
Yeah, let's try to do that to save some time. Let me open the collab. Right, let me paste that in here. Okay, let's try to run this. All right, pip install Streamlit. All right, let's try. Yes. Sorted. Sorry to ask, which OS is your computer? Mac OS, correct? Happening here.
Akhil, just check if my local host is working on yours.
Yeah, it's working, but no.
No, the one I've DM'd you on Zoom. See if that is that something that you're looking for by any chance.
Yes, I did it, but it's not running there. I've just checked it out. Give me 1 second. It should be resolved, but it's in the same loop of this. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's try to cut the installation and the execution into separate pieces. Okay, this is a code block just to install. I'll add another code block just to run. I'm going to do run all. Right. So I'm going to just use Gemini to fix this up. 1 sec. Run issues. Let's see. All right, let's run. Okay, let's go. So doing some magic, apparently. Okay, we've got the URL. Let's go back to the URL. No, no. Okay, leave it. Let's do this refresh. Okay, we've got the local host, everyone. This is what we're trying to do since the beginning. Fortunately, we've got the local host running. I hope you can see my screen. Yes, no, maybe hello. The issue was I did not start my virtual environment in the terminal. That was the issue. I just started that and then just ran the Streamlit terminal. All right, going ahead. So here, this is a first Hello World Streamlit application. So whenever I click on this particular click me button, you will see a very beautiful balloon animation. This is inherent. I will walk you through the code that exactly does this. Whenever I type my name, Akhil, and enter, we will get a conditional, display of text based on an action taken on that particular site. Can you give a wiki? I'm starting right now. I did not talk about the Streamlit anyway yet. So I've had a piece of code that is related to Streamlit, and I've ran that particular piece of code, and we've seen this particular output in our local host. I'm going to walk through that code, but let's just observe what are the different things that are present in here. We have a title, we have a display text, we have a button. If clicked, will pop up some balloon animation. On top of that, we'll show some text. And again, if I type some name into a text box, that also changes or displays another kind of a text. Now, essentially, so the thing here essentially is every time you see this number change, the entire script ran from top to bottom. So what happens with Streamlit is any single action that you perform in that particular file or in that particular page will rerun the entire page. Given the nature of Streamlit, why using Streamlit here? Why is Streamlit is relevant here? Good question. So when you're trying to use a lot of Hugging Face models, a lot of open source models, a lot of ML models that are needed for different purposes, right? You need a UI layer that is easy enough to deploy, right? If you are asking with regards to Gradio, right? Gradio will not give you that much flexibility in terms of creating much more UI interfaces or UI experiences for a user, right? Whereas in Streamlit, you can always write like similar lines of code, but produce deployable or production grade applications for your ML models that are published in Hugging Face, or you can always take existing ML models, spin off your use case and publish it as a Streamlit UI, and it's much more reliant in production grade. Make sense, everyone? Are we good until this point? Hello. Gradio is for prototyping. Streamlit can be deployed. Absolutely. Spot on there. Correct. Yes. Now, moving on. So for this piece of code, for this, outlook that we have seen, let's go and see how does that code looks like in VS Code, right? Let me close this up. Where is this? Here's the VS Code. So watch carefully. So number one, this is straightforward. We are importing Streamlit as st. This is just like alias, and we started with title, right? If you watch carefully, this is the title. Where is this? Yeah. So this is the title with the globe symbol, and that has a different set of you know, header like h1 h2 tags as per the html. Now write essentially means this particular text appear like essentially means more like printf in python. So st.write essentially displays that particular component on that browser, on that particular page. Now, so I'm adding a button with conditional rendering or conditional writes on that particular page. So essentially, when someone clicks on that button, that is click me, I'm going to write a message onto the page saying button was clicked, the entire script just ran again. So what essentially I mean by that is whenever I click this button, so let me refresh this page, right? Now, if I click on this button again, we don't have any text here. Watch carefully. The moment I do this, first text appears and there's a balloon element or balloon animation, right? Now, essentially that exactly what I've written in here. Now, again, I have a text input where st.text input will take my name, right, with this placeholder. And if that name is not empty, that is, someone has written some name into that particular text box, automatically I will show, I mean, of course, upon the enter, I will show that, hey, hello, Akhil, or whatever that name is, notice what this particular line. Now, I've also added much more, comments or much more things that are in the lines of the same thing, right? st.write essentially means that I'm writing those blocks. So st.write, this is an st.write, this is an st.write, this is an st.write, etc., etc., etc. Are we good? And there's a teaching notes that is expandable, right? So here st.expander is teaching notes where the key concepts in this particular page is script reruns every interaction on this particular page. Now, every widget trigger reruns when their values change, right? So for example, here, this is a widget, this is a text widget or a text box widget. If I write anything, Kumar, and enter, right? Every change in the widget will rerun the script again and again. So now the session state preserves data across reruns. I'm going to talk about what is a session state in the next example, right? So without the session state, variables would reset every single time. I'm going to talk about session state shortly, but is this straightforward and clear for all of you, everyone? Yes? Wonderful. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, moving on. Let me show you another example of the same thing. Let's go to our second file, that is session state, right? I'm going to run this now. So I'm going to copy this and run this. Run 02 session state.py. Fantastic. Streamlit basics. Okay, cd Streamlit basics. I'm gonna say Python 3m Streamlit run 02. Oh, sorry, Python 3. Right. So that is the command again. Python 3 -m Streamlit run that particular file. Now here we are seeing a session state mastery. So this is the second piece of code that is going to help you understand how do you maintain session states across different reruns in the Streamlit, right? What is it? Oh, this is Fireflies. Okay. So question, refreshing the entire page on a change, is it a feature? If yes, what it is designed, why is it designed like that? Again, it's the nature of that language, Georgia. So most probably because, when you're trying to get more and more data or, deal with more and more ML models, right? You will see that the state is necessary and you need to kind of discard all the things that are not needed for you in that particular interpretation or in that particular interaction with that particular widget, right? So probably that is a decision that the makers of Streamlit took in order to just boost the efficiency, in order to support the ML models and their outcomes. Now, coming back to this. So this, if you can understand this particular file, your job to solve the breakout room assignment today will be much more simplified, right? So please pay focus. I'm going to talk about this in a much more detail as we move into the other examples, but this is the most important, session state management that you need to have. There's a question saying, can you please give few use cases around the topic and the examples we are discussing? Yeah, the breakout room is technically that, Ritesh, right? Wonderful. Moving on. Now here, so the session state is your persistence layer. So essentially what persists even after there's a change in widget state, etc. So think of it like a dictionary that survives even after the script is rerun, right? So it is essential for any stateful application, and especially when it comes to conversational apps like ChatGPT, it becomes even more essential. So now here, if you see the increment counter, let me start incrementing the counter, right? So now if I reset the counter, automatically it becomes 0. That means the session state of that particular counter is manually edited. Now again, coming back to this, if I start adding the names, Akhil, Apple, let's say banana, right? Now all of a sudden, if you see, there's a list of messages that I have that I've stored, and if I clear the messages, all of them is gone. Now again, when you look into the session state, the things like light mode, dark mode also becomes more and more relevant, right? So in that regard, so let's say if there's in your particular UI experience layer, you have a drop down that enables or gives accessibility to the users to either choose a light mode or a dark mode. You can click on either of this, and all of a sudden see how the theme value of that particular session state is going to change, right? Again, there's a checkbox for enable notifications or disable notifications that is going to change accordingly. So now I'm going to show you how raw session state contents are there to begin with. So here's everything that is present in my session state. Number one, there's an empty array that is called as user messages. There's user settings JSON, I mean, that particular JSON or key value pair where you have theme dark, notification false, and there's a message count. So this entire JSON is my session storage, or in other words, session state, right? The moment I click on, the moment I show you the piece of code that runs this, it becomes much more easier. Let's walk through that particular piece of code. Let me close this. Now here, again, st.title, session state history or mastery. We've written st.write. Anything that you want to write on on that page, just write st.write. Now here, I'm going to initialize my session state variables even before I create any widgets, even before I start creating any interaction layers, etc. So first thing first, I'm adding if my message count not in my session state, I'm going to initialize that, and this is how my session state will look like at this point in time. Now in the same way, if any user messages are not there, I'm going to initialize with them with an empty array and all this particular user settings also with this particular by default answers. Are we good until this point, everyone? Before I move ahead, are we good until this point? Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. Moving on. Here, if we watch column 1 and column 2, this is just to kind of segregate these particular buttons into column 1, that this section, and column 2, this section, nothing fancy. So within the column 1, I'm adding a subheader that says counter example and with a button that says increment counter. So when I click on that increment counter, what I'm doing essentially is I'm trying to increase the session state, the message count that is present in the session state directly. So st.session state dot message count is incremented by 1. So no matter my script is run 10,000 times, my source of truth will always be the session state. Clear? So session state is a variable that you cannot use for other things inside this particular streamlet. That is already kind of reserved for session state management only. Clear? Everyone? We store everything under session object. Lovely. Yes. Now, moving on. The same thing, st.write, whenever that particular thing happens, the current, just show what is the current count, right? What is the current count? How do you show? st.session_state.message count will show you the current count. And st.button reset counter, what does it do? It'll just reset the state value of that particular state to 0. That's all. Now, all of a sudden, we're just dealing with the session storage or session state in order to show different persistent layers or different persistent things across my page. Again, this is just the beginning, folks. But I hope you've got the understanding of how a session state is managed in a Streamlit. Clear so far? Yes. So now in the column number 2, watch this carefully. What is the second subheader? That is list example. Now, whatever that I'm going to enter into the text input, I'm storing that into the new message. So for example, here, if I write banana and hit add message, right? The banana will be stored inside the line number 53 new message, right? Now, what I'm doing, I'm actually appending this particular text banana to the user messages array or the list. So I can actually say that whatever I've initialized, so here it is initialized as empty. So if someone enters that particular text into the text input and clicks on the add message, ideally my session state will become user messages, but with banana here. Make sense, everyone? I mean, this will be text, of course. So what I'm trying to say here is, I'm trying to initialize empty values for 3 variables, that is message count, user messages, it's an empty array, and user settings that has 2 default values, that is for theme and notifications. Of course, how do we implement, how do we show the different thing? But I'm just talking about managing the state of these particular variables across the interactions that I have inside my app. Now, what I'm trying to say here is I'm dealing with these particular variables, that is message count, user messages, and user settings as the source of truth irrelevant to what's happening at different parts of my application. Is that statement clear? Is that statement clear, everyone? Ideally, given the nature of Streamlit, it should reset on every page reload. But since we are storing that in session state, Streamlit does not change those values. We are just reading those values of session state as a source of truth, even if the entire page is rerun. It's on the client side. So what are you saying? It session state survives reload. Correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, moving on. So here, essentially what I'm trying to say here is whenever we are having a session, in this session, let's start with these examples. Okay. Number 1, can I say the current count is 0? Watch this carefully. Current count is 0. Why? Because in this, when I'm showing in the line number 50, what I'm showing current count is session state dot message count. Correct? Before I just at the initialization of my app, what is the value of message count, everyone? At the initialization of my app, what is the value of message count? Correct? Straightforward. So hence we have 0. Now the moment I click on this increment counter, what am I doing essentially? I'm playing with the session state variable and I'm just incrementing that with 1. Make sense? Is it clear now? So if I refresh the page from browser, then also the session state will remain intact. You'll have to look into the local storage there. Now, coming back. Now here, if I were to reset that particular counter, again, I'm going to say, hey, reset is all about ensuring that message count becomes 0. Correct. Yes. So the same thing for the list. Whenever someone adds a message into the list, I'm just going to append those messages into the list that is present in the session state. And what is the variable for that session state, everyone? User messages. And the same thing happens for my settings. So far, so good. Session state is inherent to the Streamlit browser itself or the framework itself. Consider it more like an application memory. Okay, where is the click event? This one. If st.button is increment counter, that means if button registers a click event and it's a success event, then increase the session state by message count +1. We're going to talk about how it integrates with backend and all the other things, Sarin. But is the syntax of session state clear for all of you? If yes, drop 14 in the chat. Seven into 2. Wonderful. All right. For buttons, default is click event, right? Yeah. Wonderful. All right. Moving on. Let me close this up. This is a simple session state example, everyone. Let me close this as well. Now going back to our next example, that is chat interface, right? So the same thing I'm going to do, just change the name 03 and voila, right? So this is something that is also given out of the box with Streamlit, right? Streamlit primarily is also used, I mean, at least extensively, to build conversational chatbots, right? For us to build conversational chatbots without having a lot of hiccups on, okay, how is this looks like, how will that look like, how should I kind of create this design schema, etc. Streamlit gives you a straightforward, much more intuitive design that is able to that like you'll be able to recognize what is a chat, what is an agent, who will talk, who is talking, who is not talking, etc. Right? Just give me one sec here. All right. Now, moving on. So here, this is our chat interface components, right? I'm showing you different things together so you can combine all of them into a singular piece later. But here, first things first, that is chat interface components. So here, whenever I write something here, where is this? One sec. You see type your message here just like ChatGPT or more like those, chatbot or conversational bots. If I say, hello, who are you? Of course, this is a static website. Now, all of a sudden, if you see, this is a greeting message from the agent. But if I say, hello, who are you? This has a user icon, right? That is representing that this is a user message. And automatically, if you see right below that, you said, hello, who are you? I'm just a demo, but that sounds great. Okay, this is a dummy data or dummy reply. But if you see, this is kind of giving you an intuition that, hey, this is given by agent and it is coming in a streamed fashion. For example, once again, who are you? Right? I don't know if you were able to see it, but it was snapped in just a flip of a moment. Now, if you see, again, I'm trying to show how many messages sent as a user. These are the messages sent as a user. and what are the total characters that are overall there in this particular things, whatever it is. Now, the component showcase, I'm going to talk about these things as we move into the code. But did you understand what essentially is the gist of this file, everyone? The gist of this file is to showcase what are the different chat interface components that are given to you right out of the box from Streamlit. Awesome. Going back. Now here, import Streamlit and ST, straightforward. Time and random are a couple of things that I've imported. We have title, we have write. Now here, I'm initializing the chat history, right? If you watch carefully, if I write hello and it's saying something and how are you, right? It's again will say something. I will have to kind of store this in a persistent thing, especially in a session state, because any interaction with my Streamlit will automatically run the entire page. So if it reloads or runs the entire page, the data should not go right off that particular screen. It should be persistent. So what will I do? I will store that in session management. Absolutely. Correct. So that's exactly what I've done. So here in the, I hope you are seeing my screen. Correct. So here I'm trying to initialize a chat messages as an empty array in my session state. Now look at the peculiar structure of this chat messages in order to showcase the component or chat interface component that we have showcased earlier. So we need to have role as assistant, right? And content, whatever it is. The first message will always be served as a greeting, and you'll always see an A or some G as part of that symbol, right? Now I'm going to display existing chat messages. So I'm going to read through this entire chat messages, and I will see that if it is related to role as assistant, right, I will display this component automatically. If the role is user, I will display this component. Now my question to all of you, any input that I'm going to send in here in this text box and hit enter, can I say that the role of that particular message will be user and that particular message itself will be appended to the session state of this history? Yes, no, maybe. The role will be user and the message overall, the structure will be appended to the chat history. Correct? So that's exactly what I've done, my friends. So here, if you watch carefully, let me show it right down in here. Where is it? Right. This is the chat input, right? We can type my messages here. Okay. So add user messages to the history. So what does that mean? We are just essentially adding chat messages and a message that with role as user and content is whatever that user has run in that particular prompt, right? So as in when that particular thing is, written, I'm just saying, hey, show that particular thing on my page. What do I mean by that? The moment I hit hello and enter, it should be shown in this component with hello and or whatever that is in this way, right? I just have created st.write function that will showcase my prompt on that particular user screen. Clear, straightforward, nothing more fancy in here, everyone. Hello. No, Mohit. No, Streamlit is like that is the best part about Streamlit. Like even though it kind of makes you feel that it re-renders or reruns everything, it has optimized for that problem. Like you don't face any lags. That is the reason why I said it's production ready. Even for the assistant response, we will save in the same session state. So even the assistant response that I was trying to create here. So if you see here, these are the simple demo responses I'm generating to assistants. I'm generating a random response, but still you see, add assistant response back to the history, right? Ideally, this particular response that I'm creating here will be coming from an LLM, which I will showcase in that particular component. Yes. Wonderful. Lovely. Moving on. Let's go to the next set of file in action. This is the sidebar widgets, right? Let me close this up and run this. Zero four. Mhm. Right, one sec. Okay. 04. Yes. Okay. We've got this, everyone. Again, look at the components that are given to you. Again, what are the different structures or different things that you can do? Here, this particular example is all about how do you create a sidebar. uh, how do you create a sidebar in the Streamlit? So this sidebar is the main focus here. I've created a drop down where it enables me to select one of these particular answers, and it will enable me to change the temperature of that model and maybe select the number of maximum tokens that for that particular response, and maybe dark theme, light theme, and probably whatever that is. And if I click save settings, automatically that settings will be automatically displayed in here. The right side is just a static data that will be displayed, but left side is much more dynamic. The sidebar is the main hero focus of this particular example, right? Now my question to all of you, given that you've already understood how session storage works or how session state is managed, can I say that even though I'm changing these values, even though I'm changing these values, unless I hit my save settings button, these sessions that are already maintained or initialized with whatever that they have will not be overwritten. If I hit save settings, everything will be overwritten with the new values in the session state. Correct? Is that logic straightforward? Is that logic straightforward, everyone? Of course, provided my row code is correct. Yes. Now, what do I mean by reset to defaults? Can I say that whatever I've initialized my particular values of these sessions or these particular values initially, if I click on reset to defaults, they will go back to those default values. That also means that these values are already preset in the beginning. Correct? Yes, no, maybe, hello. Wonderful. Let me go back to my Let me go back to the code base where we talk about this one. Okay. Again, import Streamlit as Streamlit. Right now, watch carefully. These are the main session state that I'm going to handle here. So that is in the session state, I'm having these 5 variables under app settings. That is theme, model, temperature, max tokens, and show debug, right? So inside the sidebar, you just have to write st.sidebar. Again, you have your naming conventions, etc. Now, I'm just defining or showing different elements for different types or different things to get the values of these particular things at hand. So for model selection, it will always be a drop down. So I'm going to say st.select box, and I'm going to assign the values to that particular app settings model key value pair, right? Anyone selects that, it will be automatically changed. Again, I will do that for all the temperature. For temperature, it is a slider. If you watch carefully, it's a slider, and I define the range from 0 to 2. That's exactly what it is. 0, minimum value, maximum value, and the value is assigned to this particular session state variable. Max tokens is same, theme selection is same, debug mode is same, and we have st.divider. St.divider is nothing but it's a divider here. The way we do use it for Word documents. Now, the action buttons are as follows. So whenever I click on st.button, and save settings, I'm going to update the values that the user has selected in that particular selection window, right? And if it clicks on reset to defaults, I'm essentially showing those app settings in the same way that I've defined earlier. That is this one that on the top. So the values are reset back to that, and we are seeing that same particular session state values. Clear? Everyone, straightforward, nothing more complicated here. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now, essentially, there was a question that is asked here. That is, Akhil, what is temperature? Right? So temperature of a model defines how creative the response would be. If the model temperature that you can fine tune to, let's say 2 or whatever it is, depending on the model that you're trying to use, that means you're giving an LLM much more freedom of thought and creativity to generate responses, which always leads to a random answers, right? A good temperature is somewhere around 0.7 to 0.9, which always works for all the balanced slash creativity tasks. If you want to push a little, go to 1.1, but that's the limit. Clear? Does this temperature setting code need to be written as float, or is it for UI only? This is only for UI purposes. Usually, in a model like ChatGPT, unless you are using an API based approach, you'll not get a temperature fine tuning. So it's a model parameter, not something we fix in our Python code. Correct. Yeah, the scale of 0 to 1. Correct. Yeah. So more means elements, less concise. Praveen, so more temperature means more creativity. That means less precise or more random, right? Yeah, let me close this. We're done with this session one also. Now, the last but not the final, but last but not the least, is a complete example of how this looks like, right? Let me run that app as well. Let me do 05 and enter. Right. So if you watch this carefully, whatever we have learned so far with regards to the session state, with regards to the buttons, with regards to the expandables, right, with regards to the chat interface components, with regards to all of this, that is demo assistant, the sidebar, clearing the chat, all these things, right? This is can I say this is more like we have a session state managed, which is the history of this particular conversation managed. Of course, ideally, it will be stored in a database or something in the next step or in a local system, because all this session storage is more like a temporary storage where you'll have to manage and, of course, offload once a user moves out of that particular window or particular session, right? And now this will give you a much more understanding of how this particular outcome or how this particular page will look like, right? Are you clear, everyone? Are you able to connect the dots already on what will be happening in this particular page? Right? Wonderful. Now, I'm going to show you. Now, I'm going to show you. Let me see, where is this? And I think second one, ChatGPT app. Right. Let me close this. Okay. So now I'm going to show you an app. So that will be cd double dot 02 cd02 think streamlit run app.py. Okay, what is this? No module named OpenAI. I think I'll have to install that. One sec, let's install that. Python 3 install OpenAI. Wow. Pip install OpenAI. All right, let me ask this to install OpenAI in the 02 ChatGPT folder. Don't worry about this. It's just a uh, agent that I'm using inside VS Code to get my life easy instead of working on debugging it to save some time. Right? It says app is ready to run. Let's run it. Wonderful. Again, everyone. So here is the ChatGPT like app, right? That I have created. That is number one. If I want to click a new chat, I will have something like, uh, hello, who are you? Right? Let's see. Now, if you watch carefully, it is an actual response coming from ChatGPT saying that, hello, I'm ChatGPT, an AI language model created by OpenAI. I have been trained on a wide variety of text, so I can help answer questions, brainstorm, etc. etc. I'm going to say, can you talk? Can you explain aerospace engineering in 3 lines? Let's see. So aerospace engineering does as analysis, yada yada yada, etc. Right? Now, watch this carefully. This particular session will be maintained as soon as I move out of this particular chat also. So if I go back to another chat that I've created earlier, right? If I go back to this, right? Everything is session managed. Everything is in my session, right? So now the breakout room activity for all of you, I'm going to walk you through the code a little bit, but breakout room activity for all of you is to create an exact conversational chatbot app using Streamlit, right? The exact conversational chatbot like app using Streamlit, where I'm able to create new chat, converse with it. But there are two, three things that you'll have to do. Number one, you should also able to create summarization of that particular topic with generate summary button, right? Summarization, what do I mean by that? For example, if I were to, let's say this is the entire conversation about what has happened in 3 lines about aerospace engineering. If I click on the generate summary, it should be able to show me the summary of that conversation, right? Breakout room activity. I'm going to give you the doc. I think Karthik has it already, but we will share that shortly. But look into the assignment. I want the exact replica of this conversational window, right? Where I can create new chats, summarize the conversations, and in fact, I should have a export chat button in here on the left hand side, right below the clear chat or above the clear chat, doesn't matter, right? Export chat option here, okay, where if I click on that export chat, or maybe even in this particular in this session, I don't mind whatever it is. If I click on that export chat, it will let me to export the chat, or you can create the export chat here also as a button, as a text file saying user this answer, assistant this answer, again user this question, assistant this answer, Right? Clear on the requirements, everyone? Yes? Are you clear on the requirements? Well, I understand the direction. Export all chats or only current chat? I mean, you can play with one of these, but I should have export chat optionality. Like, if you want to export all chat, you can do it. Or if you want to just export that particular current chat, you can do it. Right? And I should also have an option to change the dark mode and light mode of this particular window. Right? Clear? Everyone? The three things that are expected out of you, I'm going to write it on the sheet. Right? Where is our drawing board? Here is a drawing board. Number one, create ChatGPT like app. I'm going to show you how it is working with regards to open router and other things, where it will generate summaries for each conversation upon the click of the button. It will export chat, either current conversation or overall chats. I will leave that to you, right? The last one, I should be able to change dark mode or light mode for the particular app, for the app, right? Now watch carefully on how this app will look like. I'm going to walk you through the code base, so it might also help you. I'm not going to give you the code base. I think it's not also uploaded in the LMS, so you'll not find it. Just watch carefully and just try to, look into the constructs of how it is built. One sec. Yeah, I'm going to explain the code, especially the model part. Right here, I will start with state initialization. These are all the functions. I will start with OpenAI. I've installed OpenAI. I've all got all of the Streamlit, etc. Now, to begin with, I'm going to make this API call where I'm reading Open Router API from my secrets. So what is the secret file, Akhil? So inside your, the folder structure that you have a .streamlit folder under which you have a secrets.toml, right? You've all got your Open Router API key. You'll have to place your Open Router API key in this particular file and then read the contents of that Open Router API key in the main file, whatever that main file is, app.py, test.py, doesn't matter. Now here I'm using that particular secrets, saying that if that secret exists, use that secret key, else throw an error that Open Router API key is not found in .streamlit.secrets.toml file. Now, if I already found it, then I'm going to use that API key in order to call this particular route. What is this route, Akhil? Let me go back. Open. So this is the Open Router, everyone. Open Router is a marketplace for all things models, just like Hugging Face. But this is primarily this also has more of open source capabilities or open source model support. In our example, I'm going to use OpenAI OSS, right? OpenAI GPT OSS 120 billion parameters I'm going to use. So if you watch carefully, for a million tokens, it'll cost you $0.039. Like even for a million output tokens, it's gonna cost you $0.2, like which is insane. And like with this particular thing, you don't have to pay $20 per month for ChatGPT subscription, because most of the time we'll be dealing with, hey, summarize this, hey, write an email, hey, what is this, hey, what is that, etc., etc., etc. Correct? Now, moving on, how do you use this particular model card? This is called a model card inside Open Router. If you scroll down, right? This is going to give you much more exhaustive approach of what is their benchmark, what is their evols, etc., etc. In the same thing, in this, as you scroll down, you will see different versions of using an API call format for this particular model card, right? I'm using OpenAI Python because I've used this. So I've just taken this particular base URL and API key and just started taking this as an inspiration and built my piece of code. Make sense? Everyone? I've used the exact same piece of code, nothing more, nothing less. Right? All right, moving on. Now here, again for setting up the persistent storage, I've used my chat history. I've stored my chat history as a JSON files in my local storage itself. Ideally, these will be stored in the databases because as soon as I move out of those sessions, they will be pushed into the databases. But I don't want to go into those complexities. I'm rather creating a JSON file which I can always read from as soon as I click on that particular chat, right? This also helps you to kind of work on the export options much more seamlessly. Again, these are the functions that will help you save the chat, load the chat, get all the chats, etc., etc. I think that's all. Rest all is about managing the session storage of that particular conversation. I'm not going to walk you through into the other details because I've already explained the components of that particular page. Where do we stand here? Yeah, of this particular page on how do you create this sidebar, how do you create these components, how do you manage the session state. All I have to show was how do you take inspiration from a model card, especially from Open Router, and give that as an input to get API response and showcase that as an assistant response. I've shown that. Clear, everyone? How do we get summary? That is your breakout room task. That is your breakout room task. Correct? .streamlit folder do we need to create manually? Yes, correct. Is your breakout room task assignment straightforward and clear, everyone? Yes, no, maybe. No, you have to use Streamlit only. You don't have to use React.js. I mean, you take a call, Gaurav. Yes, it's clear but not straightforward. Yes, that's the idea of breakout room, right? If it's super straightforward, then what is the point of giving a challenge? Yes, everyone. I'm gonna put the thoughts into the drawing board. Give me a sec. Thoughts are as follows. Right. Create a ChatGPT like app that does all of this. Right. Now, again, I'm gonna write some prerequisites. Use OpenAI OSS 120 billion parameter model, right? Using Open Router API keys you have been provided. Essentially, I'm saying create streamlit folder under which you will have secrets.toml file, which will host the Open Router API key that you have. Open Router API key that you have been given, right? All you have to do is take a reference of this particular model card code, take reference of API model card code and start implementing. Clear, everyone? Hello? You can run in Google Colab, you can run in VS Code as long as the output is here. I am a very happy person. Is there a syntax for the TML file? No, no, no. You just write open router API key is equal to in a double string, in a double quotes, and then just use that key. Is the API model card code already checked in? That will be part of that open router. Please go to the open router and fetch the model card. Do we need to use the complete examples, add the extra features as requested? Go ahead. Why not? Make sense, everyone? Are you really clear with the expectation of the breakout room? Right? Didn't receive the key? Please DM Sham or Karthik. They will help you out. Can you share the code? No, I will not share the code. I've already given the examples. I think you've already got the GitHub repo that has these examples. So the solution will be uploaded after the class, but I would want all of you to try that out in the breakout room. Give the web link for the open router model card, unable to locate it. This is the sure. Yeah, someone already shared it. Thank you so much. So we need to create the app from scratch. I mean, you are the best judge. Yes, I think I've already given enough clues out there. Yes, Karthik, are you around?
I'm always around.
Yes, wonderful. Let's start the breakout rooms.
How much time do we need to give them?
Let's give 45 minutes, and just in case if we see more time is needed, we will add more time.
Folks, I hope it is clear what needs to be done. Yes, folks, you're clear what you have to do? All right.
More confidence, folks. Can you show the screen which needs to be built? Right. So where is that? Somewhere in here. I think I've closed it up. So let me check. Yeah, this one. Correct. This is just a screenshot. Again, this is not the exact configuration, but I think the fifth example that you have in that Git repo, you can take that as a starting point and then build on top of it. Yeah, I've given you the major clue there. Yes.
All right. I'll open the breakout rooms. 1 second. Akhil, we'll start after 5 minutes. I mean, you and I will start jumping in the rooms after 5 minutes.
Right.
Everyone else
Yeah.
will go right away.
Right. Right. We'll start jumping around after 5-10 minutes. Yes. Cool.
Folks, you should get a pop-up to join your breakout rooms. Please join in. Folks, join your breakout rooms. Raj, Shraddha, Raja, Prashant, Seema, Adib, Georgian, Sarang, Ritesh, Himanshu, Ven Venkateswaran, Sanjay, Sushma, Radha, Vani, Ravindranath, Ajit. Please join your breakout rooms. Akhil, you there on the call? Hello, Akhil. Can you hear me, Akhil?
Yes, Karthik.
Uh, so I have deleted the app.py from ChatGPT underscore app folder. Do they need it or do it
No,
below?
that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah.
All right, I've only deleted the app.py, rest everything I've kept for them.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Great.
All right.
Hello, can anyone share the assignment? I have no idea how to do it.
Hi, Jean. So basically, you can join any breakout room. I guess it's reflecting on your screen somewhere. So you can just join in, and your fellow mates would be able to help you what the assignment is and what to do about it.
I don't know how to join the breakout room.
Okay, well, just a minute. I'll just reassign you so that you'll get a pop-up on your screen itself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Waiting for everyone to come back. People are waiting till the last second to get out of the breakout room. Wow. I think everyone is out. Awesome, folks. How was it? Had fun? Good, good to know. It's a long way to go, yes. So a lot of folks were manually writing code. Let me give you heads up. I am not teaching you how to write code. Most of you folks already know how to write code. I'm teaching you AI, not coding. Please don't write manual codes. We taught you prompting on day one. The only thing that I want you guys to understand after even you use AI is understand the code. That whatever the code you have received, what those particular key points are doing. If you're doing summary, how that summary is getting generated. If you're doing export, how that export is getting generated. That's it. That's what you have to understand, and understand how you are creating a secret toggle, how you are able to call your API key using it without hard coding your API key. Because, for example, whenever you want to push your codes on GitHub, you cannot push with hard coded API key. If you do that, your API key will get disabled, number one. Secondly, if you reveal your API key, if not OpenRouter, any other API key you reveal, people will steal your money. If you want them to steal your money, like I mentioned on day one, I'll share my bank account, folks, send it over. I will never say no. So you have to understand those concepts. That's the reason that we did. All right. How many of you guys were able to build it? It's okay. It's partially all right. If you're not able to complete it, that's fine. Whatever was missing, try it out after the session. Because now I am pretty sure all of you guys are really hooked and interested. And even after the session ends, for people who have not completed, they are not going to rest. They're going to sit and work on it. At least some of you guys I know will, because you've been now feeling that accomplishment. Oh, this is interesting what we are building. So the chat gpt kind of an application was this, using API key, where you are able to build your own chatbot. But this is not a very basic chat model. There's a lot of different things. Akhil, are you on the call with us?
Yes.
Some of the folks I mentioned about the light and dark method, what they can do. If you want to share the uh, trick that is there to change light and dark mode.
Absolutely. Yes. Let me start sharing the screen. Yes, everyone, can you see my screen? Visible?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Here on the right hand side, if you click on settings, you will see the theme that you can change across the colors. So this is one of the theme that you can always focus on instead of dark and bright theme, like change the colors here, move the colors here. Like it's pretty much straightforward. You can always come back to dark theme. This is light theme. Like you don't have to worry about all the colors. Yes, wide mode, not so wide mode. It's pretty much straightforward. It's more like a, what do you say, Easter egg. Like we wanted to see if you can actually crack that out. Maybe some you've cracked, maybe some you haven't, but it's fine. It's a part and parcel of the exploration.
Yeah, this is actually inbuilt in Streamlit. A lot of folks
Right.
were hard coding that they want to switch between light and dark. And when even when they were doing it, it was not giving a very proper format. The entire flow was not changing. Some was changing. You're not able to see the text. That was the trick part.
Right. Yes.
Sorry, folks.
All right.
Okay. Uh, Before we move ahead, you'll have to give me 1 second, folks. Team, if you could share the CSAT poll once while I share the Q&A form. Oh, that was fast. Team works really fast. Before I can ask, they already know what I'm going to ask. Thank you so much, Sham. Folks, after you do the poll, here is the link where you'll put the questions. A lot of you folks wanted to in the same format where you guys can see what questions we are answering. Himanshu, if it's giving any error, that means there is some issue with your code. What I would recommend is take the entire error, copy it, paste it in a GPT, write a proper prompt. Just don't write how to solve this, or don't write what is the error. Try to understand the error and get the solution from GPT if you want, but write a proper prompt for it. You'll be able to do it. Don't worry. That's why we did prompting on day one. All right, just waiting for those few questions to come in. No, Evan, you cannot share the credits or the usage of it. Why you cannot check? Because I created it, you did not. If you create your own key, like for example, you go on your own account, you create your own key, there you can check the credits. You can also check which models that particular API key used, how much that particular caller, that model charged you as well. So I can check for each and every one of you, including which models you're using and how much credits you're using for that particular call, but you cannot. I already launched the question poll. Uh, Saravana, I do not have you on DM. Maybe you DM'd someone else. Please check. If you have not, please DM it to me, then I can share the key with you. Akhil, can you also share the solution doc?
Yeah, I will share the solution app.py. You can directly upload there, Karthik.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh, hey, what is Kishore share? Oh, Kishore has made something else altogether. Meet Nova. Multi-model support, smart conversation, chat analysis. Ooh, persona wise, model wise, creativity level. Very interesting. Very, very interesting, Kishore. Very well done. All right, I'm going to share my screen now. Clear on mute for folks who want the link again.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, we can start with the Q&A.
All right. Initially, session was boring, but later it was interesting. Apart from the Streamlit and Gradio, is there any other frameworks for UI? I think these are very good starters to begin with for a team. And eventually, you will explore more of the backend scenes on how do you orchestrate, how do you develop more and more complex agentic workflows. So I think to begin with, these should be a very good kickstarters. Yeah. Are we supposed to host the project on Hugging Face space? Yeah, ideally, if you would have completed, we would have done that also, but not a problem. I will share the documentation on how do you do that. It's just 2, 3 steps, straightforward. Yeah. Streamlit versus Gradio. It's like asking Mercedes versus probably, BMW, right? So again, everything has a use case. Everything has its own pros and cons. But for production grade, Streamlit is best. Yeah.
How did you create secrets? You mean if API key? Basically, token master API key from Open Router. We created our own internal product which is linked to our account of the Open Router, and I have to just upload a CSV file on the product. It creates multiple API keys. I can do the same thing to delete multiple API keys at the same time. You will have to write a little bit of code, create a product, taking the API key from Open Router. That's how you can.
Could not generate a summary. Too many requests for a URL. So probably you are sending one message at a time to get summary or
Which
something.
model are you using? If you're using Mistral free, maybe that's an issue that you might be facing, because that model sometimes throws error. Again, free models sometimes throw an error. So I would say change it with OpenAI model, but do not use a very large model. Use a small model. You should be able to do. If you want, you can
Right.
even use Forum Mini.
Yes. Are there any prompt version control tools? No, for prompt, nothing like that. Is there any better UI builder available for production codes? Of course, there's always a better option, but given the operations or given the sprints at hand, we have carefully crafted on why these are much more important and how you will be maximizing the utility value of these two frameworks as we go ahead. So in that regard, yes, these are the best ones. Is embedding part of the models? Yes. How to deploy this? It was in the presentation. We will share you the documentation. It's just 2-3 steps away. Yes.
Uh, can we just show them, Akhil, very quickly on Hugging Face how to do
Right.
it? Two steps.
Yes. Let me start sharing screen. All right, you'll have to go to Hugging Face. Right here, under Spaces, go to Spaces. Why is it not opening up? Right. So here you need to create a brand new space, which essentially will ask for your login. I don't know why it is asking right now. One second. Right. Again, to give you an idea, for example, this is a space where one of the models is already used. So consider this space is more like a GitHub repo where you can just like take that piece of code and dump it into this particular repo, just like the way you upload, right? And just wait. Let's wait for this particular file or app. It's taking a lot of time. Let's go to another ones. All right, these are not responding. Let's check if there's any featured ones. But yeah, okay, let me put this into a chat GPT and probably give you an example. Deploy Streamlit app into Hugging Face. Step by step, concise instructions. Right, you have your app.py file, which we already have it. Add the requirements.txt, that is, which will have all the Streamlit and Pandas libraries, etc. You need to have a Hugging Face account. Go to new space. I mean, of course, whatever the spaces that I've shown, click on the new space. Choose the SDK as Streamlit. Right, you'll be having Gradio, Streamlit, and a couple of other options. Choose SDK as the Streamlit. Visibility as public and private. Hardware as CPU basic. Of course, you're on a free prior. And just upload your files just the way you upload your files to a Google Drive or something. And then once that is done, wait for auto build. Hugging Face installs all the dependencies. Streamlit app launches automatically. Open your live app, which is given by this particular space. Like you will get this of this particular format. Pretty much straightforward. Clear, everyone? Yes. Wonderful. Yes. All right. Yes, Karthik, shall we
Yeah,
take
one second, 1 second. I was running a code, sorry. Yeah.
What is the alternative to Streamlit to build app with production ready app with better performance? With Python, I don't think so there's any. Yeah. App didn't run on Collab. Any instructions to run in Collab? Like Collab runs a little different on Streamlit. I think even I face the same issue. Maybe there's some patch work or maybe there's some new update on the Streamlit that we need to debug. Like,
I was on mute. Sorry. I was saying if you want to work and deploy a little bit for your testing and see how it's working, you can try out Vercel. It is something that I have used a lot.
right. Yes. Can you share how to use nggrok to create tunnel from public URL to your code? I would strongly recommend not to do that because especially nggrok is more like opening a wide range of opportunities and threads right into your device just because you're opening a tunnel into the internet, right? So be careful, but I think it's a pretty much straightforward process of installing nggrok and initiating nggrok in it. Yeah. Since we talked about making things in production, please share the deployment process. I think we have shared that just now. Yeah. For the production level app, what are the things to be considered? I mean, ChatGPT is the classic example for a production grade app, right? We have just break that down into smaller chunks so you can understand and connect the dots eventually that okay, what is the session management? How do we handle the memory? What kind of conversations we can handle? And how do we stitch the OpenAI OSS model, etc., etc. Correct.
For production, your app should look something like this. The app should be big enough for you to do. Again, you don't need so many models. You can do with one model, but it should have some features. For example, it is not you who would be putting your API key, right? It is something called as BYOK. Bring your own key. Someone else will put their own API key so that they can leverage your system. If you provide your API key, then you will lose money.
Yes.
Unless you're working on a subscription-based model, then there is a lot of cost revenue analysis that you have to do, and that is not something that we are getting into.
Correct. I've noticed a lot of people in my breakout room struggle with GitHub cloning and setting up a Python environment. Can we do something about that? Maybe you can send some doc, Karthik, but ideally, like having a conversation with ChatGPT will resolve all the questions for you. Yeah.
Folks, I showed you guys this yesterday. When you're facing such basic issues, easiest way is go to chat. Again, even I use free models. Go to ChatGPT, mention things like, hey, I am a 10-year-old kid trying to do whatever you're trying to do. Please help me with the step-to-step process. Remember, as I am a 10-year-old, I do not understand it, and also give small
Yes. You can
explanations
also use study and learn mode. Absolutely.
along with, for example, if you have to codes on terminal in a way I can copy paste. Again, this is not a very great prompt. You can write it better, but at the top of your mind, this is what you can do. Even I do this, folks. Even I do not sit and do all those terminals, Streamlit. Even I don't remember it. So the UI plus Java Spring Boot.
Yes,
Okay.
you can use all of these things, but those are meant for web apps or different apps. But this is meant for Python-based ML models. Yes, you can add that custom CSS to the Streamlit app. Correct. That was out of the scope for the session. Yeah. But ideally, nggrok is just a tunneling service. Was the alternative to Streamlit to build an app with production? I think we've covered that. Hugging Face alongside to make it more bigger and better. Any suggestions? Pardon? Hugging Face alongside to make it more bigger and better. Any suggestions? No clue.
Can we reframe this question in the chat, please?
Yes,
We've already done this.
that is done. Alternative, huh? Can we get an idea of stack? What are the best production two options, best going down front and back end host? I think again, it's all about how do you see your product on getting bigger and better and value driven. So if you want to add more layers of, let's say, session management, personalization, maybe some kind of an interactivity, maybe some kind of a shopping research, maybe some kind of a deep thinking mode, right? These are just features that will improve your both front end and back end scope as a developer. Yeah. If I want to call API that's running on a cloud environment, could you please elaborate? So APIs usually talk to the machines that are on the cloud. So API is nothing but it's a protocol where it enables you to talk to any other service. It could be an OpenAI, it could be an Azure, it could be a Google, it could be Amazon, right? If the other company is willing to provide their information at a certain cost through a certain medium, and that particular process is called API. Like you usually follow that particular API as a protocol and pay that money per API call to that company to get the job done. Yes. How can I add blood report analyzer in this? You just have to give a drag and drop file and then just add OpenAI OSS model to analyze that report. You just have to parse the input or contents of that blood report using a PDF parser. Yes. Is it better to use collab or local version of PY?
Depends on you, folks. This is person to person. So some mentors also prefer collab, some prefer VS Code, some prefer Cursor. On which platform you're coding is again, it's your choice. What kind of interface you're okay with, what kind of systems are you okay with? It's same as that. So whatever you are comfortable, use that. It is not that one is better than the other.
Yes, absolutely.
If you ask me, I use Cursor. Okay. Let me talk about the future forward section, exploring bold and the evolution of low code development. Sure, sure. Really held.
I think the future of app development, I think that was a slide from another this thing, Karthik. Yeah, I think we could have removed it. Like nothing to worry about there, folks. It was like way earlier thing, and then we removed it because it was not relevant to this. It's just there. We didn't delete it. That's all. They
Folks, if
mentioned
you want to, if you okay, one thing at a time. Whatever keys you received, folks, the keys are right. All of them are currently working. If there is some issue back at your code or at your internet, then you'll have to check it again. What you can do is try use a very simple interface. Go on ChatGPT, get a very simple interface idea where you have to put your API key. Once you enter your API key, you're able to chat a basic chat model develop. See if your API key is working. If not, then you can drop a mail to me. I will check your API key if by chance it got disabled. In terms of what do you call it? Locally hosting models, we will talk about it in the session with Hugging Face next week. Open Router, we've already done. OpenAI, we covered already today in the first part of the session. We spoke about how OpenAI is working. Either LM Studio or Olama, we'll be talking many things about Olama. We'll talk about that. And also how you can run Olama on your Google Colab is something that we'll talk when we get into RAGs. So I hope that answers that question. Rajat, Get Multi, I think so works in a very different manner than compared to what you're asking. It works on a subscription model. That's a different thing altogether. They are an organization that have done that analysis. See, when you're working on subscription models, if you want to know how it works is it's like a gym membership. Okay. So there are certain people who pay for the gym and they go regularly. Those are people who cost money to the gym. Now there are certain people who pay for the gym but go very rarely or don't go. That's where the gym makes the money. Okay. So it's like a subscription models work like a gym subscription model. So they have a different analysis of Get Multi, how they work. If you're able to do it, you can build a product and you can sell it as well. But that's a different analysis altogether. I hope I was able to explain the analogy. That was the only method I could think of. Raj, you can check on your mail, check your promotion, your spam, and your primary emails. Praveen, do you think so you think I'm not going to the gym, then you're wrong, sadly. I have weird gym timings. All right. Folks, that marks the end of sprint one. Before I make any other announcements, can we thank Akhil in the chat? Thank you so much, Akhil. I know you are facing net issues and you are not at home also. You've been traveling. So thank you for joining in. I know this was something that was going to be a little dicey because of the travel plans, but thank you once again for taking the session with us. It's always lovely to host you and have you in the sessions.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. Hope you have enjoyed and got more insights about, the way we think about ChatGPT and fundamental understanding of these apps. This is just getting started, and trust me, like the journey is more and more intense, and it's gonna be more roller coaster, but it's gonna be equally fun. Yes.
Thank you so much, Akhil, once again. All right, folks, coming to the announcements that I have quickly, I'll do before I let you guys leave. First things first, congratulations. Can we have a kudos in the chat for yourself, folks? You completed sprint one. You have just reached the starting point of your Everest. You've not even started climbing, you just reached the starting point of your Everest. Can we have a kudos for yourself? Not for me, for yourself. Okay. Now, as you've completed sprint one, we do something called as reflections. On your LMS, you will find something called as reflections, where you will go and reflect upon the first three sessions, the sprint one that you had, and what all it was about. Whatever you have built, you can also take a screenshot of it and you can add it in your reflections. When you know what you have built, it helps reflecting when you're towards the end of 14 days, it helps you understand what all you've learned. So what I would recommend is please do that. That is one. Second, tomorrow we'll start climbing. Tomorrow is going to be automations. Folks, from tomorrow we'll get into N10. There will be 2 days that we'll focus on N10 because the first day is going to be making you understand how N10 works, how their system works, what nodes are, all of those things. After you understand that, we'll have a small breakout room session also. You'll build a basic automation. We'll give you the JSON file. Don't worry, you have to paste the JSON file in N10 and you can Just connect the dots. Day 2 of N10 is going to be where we'll build a full stack kind of an application, where N10 will act as your backend. And you can use maybe Google AI Studio as your front end. And with the help of what I'm not going to get into, but you will make it in a way that your front end and back end are also talking with each other. And maybe you can create a LinkedIn post generator, which is something that a lot of tools are out there. Some of you guys even may have used it or are using it right now. You will build something like that, and we'll show you how to do it. And you will do it in your breakout rooms. Excited? Folks, excited? Hello. If you guys don't answer, I'll keep asking the same question. Huh? That's a habit of mine. You'll get used to me in the next couple of more days. Don't worry. Okay, folks. Next 50 users might have received their GitHub access. Please go and check your notifications. Some of you guys may have still not received it. Well, because like I said, 50 is the limit in a day. That is one. And secondly, a lot of you folks have added wrong credentials. So if you added wrong credentials, the automation will automatically not take your name or your ID. So there's nothing I can do. After I complete everything, I will ask for people who have not received it so that they can get in touch with me again and I will help them. Don't worry. Okay. Anything else, folks? API key not Jitendra. Give me 1 second. Let me check. GitHub is not working in UAE today. That is weird. Okay. For Santosh, you can drop a mail to me, karthik@outscale.com. Same goes for Jitendra. Please drop a mail to me for the API key so that I can check, as I don't want to take a lot of time right now. It's already 11:15. You guys can go and rest. Drop a mail to me and I will check and I'll share the API key with you. If by chance your API key has gotten disabled due to any certain reasons, I will go and enable it. Also, I'm not sure why GitHub is not working in UAE today. That's very interesting. I'm going to go and research about it now. Pre-reads for tomorrow has been uploaded. Oh, AI agent messed up in deployment of GitHub happened with AWS a few weeks ago. Oh, that's interesting. Ishwar, you'll not receive an email. You will get a notification on your GitHub itself. On your account of GitHub account, you have to go on notifications. You will receive an notification over there. You'll have to click on accept. It will give you a pop-up. Click on approve. You will get access to the submission mail. Submission GitHub rep. My email ID is and CC to Sham. By chance, I am not available. Sham can look into it. Folks, I've shared my email and Sham's email. If nothing else, I'll see you folks tomorrow at 7 p.m. IST. Once again, till that time, take care. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending from where you guys are joining in. Bye, folks.